Good morning, everyone. On behalf of my colleagues around the world, welcome to the inaugural Opportunities Abroad Day of Giving. It's a pleasure to kick off a day where we celebrate our talented global community of faculty, alumni, and friends who have a passion and shared belief in the impact of study abroad. Today also celebrates the coming restart of study abroad. Indeed, we have students going off this summer, and we've got good plans for the fall and the following spring, so there's much to be thankful for. We have a robust and growing class of 2021, many of whom will be sponsored by the success of our collective action today. And I can start off by telling you that we've already hit about 100 gifts already on the day, and we're looking forward to having a really strong showing of support and connection on this great Opportunities Abroad Day of Giving. So spread the word. We've got some challenge matches. We have 9 challenge matches which unlock gifts and gifts of any size. So our goal here is just to get people to participate, to be thankful for their study abroad experiences, to make connections with their friends they haven't seen and heard from for a while, and to make new friends. We also have a featured IES Board of Directors 2-for-1 challenge match for any first-time donor gifts. That's a lot of leverage for any gift for any first-time donor to IES Abroad. Now, during the past year, we've been buoyed by the shared stories and support of alumni and friends, and I want to thank you for sharing those great stories with us, because we know that study abroad has meant a lot in people's lives and continues to make a difference in their lives. We hope that today inspires moments of joy and reconnection while making Opportunities Abroad possible for the next generation of future students. So thank you very much for all that you do for IES Abroad, and we hope that you enjoy the day. If you want to follow us closely, where you can access us directly from the IES Abroad website, that's www.iesabroad.org. If you want to go straight to Giving Day, just go to that same webpage, www.iesabroad.org/Giving Day. One word, Giving Day. At this point, I'd like to do a quick introduction. It's now my honor to introduce Kate Lindsay, an acclaimed mezzo-soprano and IES Abroad Vienna Fall 2001 alumna, who will bring to you Vienna, our first stop in our 29-city tour. Since graduating from Indiana University's Jacobs School of Music, Kate has won numerous awards and has starred in famous opera houses and symphony halls around the world, including the Vienna Opera House, where she recently starred in the role of Cybele in the opera Faust. Please join me in giving a warm and gracious welcome to Kate Lindsay.
Hi, my name is Kate Lindsay. I studied abroad at IES Vienna back in 2001. Study abroad was a truly life-changing experience for me. Since then, I've gone on to sing in some of the greatest opera houses and concert halls all over the world. Some of you even came to see me in Agrippina last year when I was singing in New York City at the Metropolitan Opera. Today, I'm coming to you from my dressing room at the Vienna Staatsoper, where I'm about to start rehearsals this morning for our production of L'Incoronazione di Poppea, which is going to premiere in a couple of weeks here in Vienna. I'm really delighted to introduce IES Vienna Center Director Morten Solvik to you. He brings a warm welcome to all IES alumni and friends on this special day of Opportunities IES Abroad. Join us now in Wien.
Thanks, Kate. Hi, everyone. My name is Morten Solvik. I'm the Center Director of IES Vienna. And it gives me great happiness to be able to help kick off this day of giving called Opportunities IES Abroad for the students who are going to be coming to our centers worldwide in the coming semesters. This is a wonderful opportunity to provide just that, as we've been doing now for so many years, providing unforgettable experiences that will last a lifetime. And we want to be able to encourage others to help in that effort. And so for our Day of Giving, we thought we would spend some time at our various centers here and starting in Vienna. Kate said it best, it's a life-changing experience, and we want to do everything we can to make sure that that continues for as many deserving students as possible. I'm speaking to you from the historic city of Vienna, which is also the founding city of IES. 71 years ago, when Paul Kutny, a young Viennese student returning from a year in the United States, came back to Vienna and thought, I want to give the opportunity of exploring my culture to the Americans who have been so generous to me in their culture. And working with Clarence and Alberta Giese, put together what has now become the foundations of IES. And 100,000 and more students later, we are still welcoming students around the world and providing them with on these unforgettable opportunities. So we want, as I said, to continue with that effort as we move into the future, and we thought we would begin here in Vienna, where it all started. I'm sitting in the Palais Corbeli. This is a palace that was built in the late 1690s, probably by the world-famous architect Lucas von Hildebrandt, who also designed the upper and lower Belvedere. It has been our home since 1982. IES has been very privileged to be able to spend its daily activities here. It's a bit of a historic journey for the students to arrive and even to come to school on a daily basis to experience this incredible architecture and gem of Vienna's past and present. I'm here in the ballroom and the recital hall. Some of you are watching, I know, are IES alum, and you will recall this wonderful, wonderful space where we have guest lectures, center events, and of course student performances, including some by the likes of Kate Lindsay and others who have gone on to make international careers on the operatic and concert stage around the world. So it's a privilege just to be here and to spend some time. It's also the place, by the way, where I welcome alumni twice a year. As you all know, of course, because of COVID, I'm unable to stand in front of you live and in person, but certainly live. It's my opportunity to greet the alumni again in what we hope will be in a less virtual fashion in the future. But for now, that's what we'll have to do. And so we thought by welcoming you back to Vienna, we would provide you with a little bit of a virtual tour to sort of remind you of all that Vienna has to offer, to stir some great memories. And even if you're not a Vienna alum, I'm sure you can relate to some of these types of experiences that you also have had as you were abroad in foreign cultures across the world. So my team has prepared a number of short videos to maybe stir those memories, to remind you of some of those wonderful aspects of this great, great city. Many, many to choose from, of course. We debated which sites we would feature and highlight. We only have a very short amount of time for these videos, so we thought we'd just bring you a couple of these as a reminder of the wonderful experiences I'm sure many of you have had during your time in Vienna. We're going to start with the Vienna State Opera, the Palais Kinski, and the Stadtpark, and I'll have a few more things to say about that. But let's turn it over to our team, and they'll introduce these sites to you, and I'm sure you'll recognize them from your time here in Vienna.
Hi, my name's Maya. I'm one of the program assistants at IES Vienna. Do you remember this beautiful building behind me? It's the world-famous Viennese State Opera. It's only 5 minutes away from the center, so our students really like to come here and get standing room tickets for only a few euro, and they can watch world-class performances.
Hello everyone, my name is Matt Schreiber, and here I am standing in front of Palais Kinski. Although IES Vienna is now housed in Palais Corbeli in the Johannesgasse, From 1968 to 1982, Palais Kinski served as the home of IES Vienna, so some of you may remember it as such. Here we are on the Vrijung, which is a great place for open air market, and on a beautiful day like today, just a nice place to sit down and chill.
Hi, my name is Merat Körblinger, and I'm the Living in Vienna coordinator at IES Vienna. I'm standing in the middle of Stadtpark, or City Park, built in 1862. It was Vienna's first public park. Scattered throughout the park are various monuments of famous Austrian figures, such as the gilded bronze statue of the composer Johann Strauss II. What's one of the best things about Stadtpark? It's located right down the street from IES Vienna. So a lot of students come here to hang out and relax in between or after classes. It's also a great place for a picnic. Stadtpark is one of my favorite parks.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed the start of our tour of Vienna. For those of you who have spent time here, I'm sure you will have a good sense of these places. I need to reflect on a few of them myself. Of course, the State Opera, for just a few dollars, a few euros, you can stand in standing room in one of the nicest spots in the entire house and watch the world's greatest opera performers in one of the great opera houses of the world. Kate Lindsay, when she introduced herself as an alumna, of course, of our program, she now spends a lot of time at the State Opera, but also, of course, at the Met and many other places around the world. She's currently in Vienna preparing a new production of the Coronation of Poppaea by Monteverdi. And it's, of course, always our pleasure to have an alum involved in these musical productions. But as you all know, it's one of the great features of cultural life in Vienna that many of the great concert halls are here, opera houses are here as well, and that they're available for student prices. And one of the great advantages, of course, of spending your time here as a student, affordable and culture at the very, very highest level. The next location that we highlighted was the Palais Kinski. For some of you who were here a little longer ago, earlier than 1982, you'll remember the Palais Kinski as the home of IES for quite a few of you. The Palais Kinski at the time was a little bit worn around the edges, as you might recall. It has become far more polished. It's a little bit of a gem now, of course, in the middle of Vienna. It is certainly a very, very presentable space. The story behind that is very simple. A billionaire bought the building. His name was Vlašek. He owned a chain of grocery stores. You might remember the name Billa. And with his billions, he felt he needed to restore this gem of Austrian architecture. And just down the street from there on the Vrijung, those of you who have been here, you'll know that the old Roman streets are visible in the pavement there. So a very, very historic place, and one just teeming with culture, as always, in this wonderful city. And lastly, the Stadtpark, of course, is the nearest park to the center, and one where our students are very happy to go in their breaks, maybe a study break or lunch break, spend some time in the sun. But Vienna, in fact, has hundreds of parks. It's an enormous area. The 50% of Vienna itself is green, that is covered in trees or lawns or parks. It is home to a national park. There's a wetlands park here as part of the city in the Lobau. And of course, the famous Vienna Woods, which we're going to show you just a little bit of coming up. In fact, our next three videos are the Naschmarkt, the Grinsing, which is up very close to the Vienna Woods, and of course, Kahlenberg, where you will have a view of the entire city. And I'll have a word or two to say about that as well.
My name is Kaya Chupinska, and I'm the Trips and Events Coordinator at IES Vienna. I was a student with IES in the fall of 2003, and one of my favorite places to come was the Naschmarkt. The Naschmarkt is Vienna's famous open-air market, located just a 10-minute walk from the IES Vienna Center. It offers stalls with foods such as nuts, fruits, vegetables, olives, cheeses, as well as restaurants and cafes that all of us can enjoy.
Hello everyone, my name is Toby Sigmund. I am the Student Affairs Manager at IES Vienna. Right now we're in the 19th district, specifically in the area called Grinzing, which is also famous for its wine taverns. As you may know, the city of Vienna grows its own wine, and we're always encouraging students to come here to enjoy the local food and beverages.
Hi, my name's Gavin. I'm the Health and Safety Coordinator here at IES Vienna. We're up here enjoying the view from Kahlenberg. We often bring students up here on day hikes, taking advantage of the fantastic network of trails through the Wiener Wald, or Vienna Forest. Enjoy the view.
So I hope you recognize all of those spots as well. The Naschmarkt, of course, in these days of COVID is not quite what it's always been. We're assuming that activity will come back to normal as we move towards something resembling normality in the coming weeks and months. Those of you who have been to Naschmarkt, you know it's full of incredible sights and sounds and smells and people wanting to sell their wares, giving you free samples of pretty much anything from nuts to fish, and giving you a sample of all of that Vienna has to offer in its open market. The Naschmarkt, however, is just one of many open markets that are part of the scene in Vienna. Vienna also has neighborhood markets with more ethnic foods and rarities that are available if you know where to find them. It's important to keep in mind that that type of diversity is something that has been a part of Viennese history for a very, very long time. Today, 50% of Vienna is not of the population of Vienna is not from Vienna, or their parents aren't from Vienna. It's a population that, as we know from the late 19th century too, received an incredible influx of people from around the empire and other countries. And that tradition of coming to Vienna from various countries, well over 100 countries represented in terms of people who live here, and the influx on a daily basis is truly astounding. One of the fastest growing capitals in Europe. Vienna is fast approaching 2 million people. And so the Naschmarkt represents, I think, a little bit of a cross-section of the type of diversity one can expect here in the city. It's also a German assignment. We, in the German department, assign going to the market and going to the cafe as part of their practical experiences during the first 2 weeks of intensive German. And that includes everyone who has no German. Learning to negotiate prices and learning how to order is part of the necessary skills one needs here in a city like Vienna. And the Naschmarkt is a colorful place for our students to try out their hand at German, but also to experience the diversity and the cultural offerings of this city as well. The city of Grinzing was a separate entity from Vienna. It became incorporated quite late into the city of Vienna. It's now one of several villages, really, that were engulfed by the city of Vienna as it grew, especially in the late 19th, early 20th centuries. There's Grinzing, there's Neustift am Walde. There are several places at the edge of town, and this is indeed where one heads for a nice afternoon, often on a Saturday, to enjoy the sun, to sit outside and enjoy a wonderful meal. Vienna is one of the few places on earth, certainly large cities on earth, that cultivates its own wine. The vineyards are still part of the city. If you go out to the edge of the city, you'll see the wonderful wine growing on the side of the hill. And when you order the wine from the innkeeper, you can be certain that it's their wine. The Heuriger, as it's known, is a word that means this year, heuer, and the Heuriger wine, of course, is the wine that was made in the past year and that they offer up as part of their treat of enjoying both the beautiful scenery and the locally made wine, often in the very same building that you're sitting in. And of course, it's also there where we take our students sometimes for our short-term programs, and of course into the Vienna woods, which are right next door to these lovely villages on the edge of town. And it's there, of course, that we also have our spring picnic. Those of you who have been here in more recent years, you'll know that we rent out an entire restaurant with an outdoor kitchen and a barbecue, and we celebrate the end of the spring semester in the middle of the Vienna woods. The Vienna woods are a little bit of an oddity, really. They don't represent the typical expansion of a city. Back in the late 19th century, when the population of Vienna tripled in the space of about 50 years, the industry and the economic forces at work were very much interested in clearing the trees of the Vienna woods to expand industry and especially industry and housing. And the population in the 1870s, when this was passed and the plans were already made for chopping down the trees, the population of the city of Vienna revolted in their own way. There's a wonderful word in German, Naherholungsgebiet, which means an area nearby where you can recuperate. Which is exactly what the Vienna woods had come to represent already in the late 19th century to the Viennese, and they fiercely defended the idea of maintaining that natural resource within the city and being able to, on a short streetcar ride, be able to get out into the woods and to enjoy nature, which is still very, very deeply part of the Viennese culture as well. So it's these and so many things that really maybe don't show up on the syllabus, that may not be a part of what even students expect when coming to a city like Vienna. But it is also a core part of the opportunity that I spoke about at the very beginning. The opportunity to explore a new culture, a new set of values, a new perspective on life and who we are, and what the meaning of work and leisure can be, and what it means to be, yes, a foreigner in that culture, but someone learning the language, acculturating, learning to negotiate the difference between their home culture and what they're experiencing around them, taking advantage of all the wonderful things that a new place has to offer, and expanding your vocabulary as a human being, seeing beyond your expectations and realizing that there might even be better ways of doing things that you had taken for granted. So all of these are opportunities. Opportunities indeed that I think nothing like study abroad can offer. This is a unique aspect of what we do. We love doing it, and I can assure you we are continuing to do it. We have had a tough year, as you can all imagine, but we have not been idle. We're thinking a lot about what we can do in the future as students start to come back and as we prepare for expanding those opportunities even more in the future. So I want to thank you for being part of our tour today and for participating in the inaugural Opportunities Abroad Day of Giving for IES, which will play such an important part in providing financial need for students who would like to come, would like to experience those opportunities, and would like to grow as individuals, as I know many of you watching had the opportunity to do as well. I can only close by saying I hope we can fulfill the promise of seeing you at some point in the future. As Billy Joel famously said, Vienna waits for you. And as I've just said, we have not been idly waiting. We're doing all we can to expand what we do, make it even better, and to make those experiences of study abroad even more meaningful to future students. I look forward to welcoming you and, of course, new students as we go into the coming year, and know that we are here and very much looking forward to the challenges ahead. Thank you so much.
Greetings to all on this inaugural Opportunities Abroad Day of Giving. I'm Kate Schaff, an alumna from IES Berlin, fall 2011.
And I am Kate's sister, Emma Schaff, an alumna from IES Berlin, fall of 2014. I remember so clearly when Kate returned from her Berlin study abroad, so full of stories and fun memories that I would need to go there one day too. And now we share an incredibly special bond and love for the city of Berlin, including most fondly a trip we actually took to Berlin together in December of 2018, our first time there together, where we visited all of our favorite places and relived all of our memories. And now we could not be more pleased to introduce Muriel Pitzmeyer, the IES Freiburg Interim Center Director, and Barbara Fink, the IES Berlin Center Director, who will each share a warm welcome to all the IES alumni and friends on this special day celebrating opportunities abroad. Willkommen!
Hello from Freiburg, Germany. My name is Merle Pitzmeyer and I'm the Interim Center Director of the IES Center in Freiburg. Last year, Freiburg turned 900 years old. IES Abroad is excited to have shared almost 60 years in this history as the second oldest IES center around the world. Over the years, IES students have joined us in Freiburg to learn about the German language and culture, the intercultural politics and economics of the European Union, as well as the environmental and sustainable developments of Germany's greenest city. Perhaps you're wondering what has changed in Freiburg since you've studied here. Well, Freiburg is continuing its mission as the greenest city in Germany. It is participating in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. The city infrastructure is being adapted to be even more environmental friendly, with a further tram line and a bicycle highway. The newly built Citizens Office, or Bürgeramt, was one of the largest solar panel facade projects in all of Europe. The facade of the building includes 880 solar panels, making it a plus energy house. Freiburg has also developed a green industry park, reserving space for innovative and sustainable cooperation between forward-thinking businesses. The newest addition in this area will be the energy-efficient soccer stadium for SC Freiburg. In addition to the green developments of Freiburg, the city's student population continues to grow, with currently 26,000 registered students. Behind me, you can see a glimpse of student life in front of the new university library. Freiburg is the perfect mix of traditional German culture with the modern touches of sustainable city. It is a great place to experience hands-on intercultural learning. We as staff are excited to welcome students on site again, and most look forward to the daily interactions with our students, accompanying them on the life-changing journey of study abroad. We would like to thank all the alumni and friends of the IES Abroad programs for sharing parts of their journey with us. We believe study abroad can truly change the world.
Hello friends, this is Barbara Finkel from IES Abroad in Berlin, and I'm here with a small group of dedicated staff members to prepare for having students on site again soon, hopefully already this fall. We are still struggling with the virus here in Berlin, but we are also very grateful for the governmental wage subsidies, which allow us to keep the core team intact and to be well prepared to take off again. We are also grateful for the beautiful spring weather arriving and the opportunity to spend more time outside in Berlin's beautiful parks, gardens and water sites. I actually just recently read that there is a table tennis boom that brings people together at a distance. Berlin, in its turbulent past, has been facing many crises and it has kept reinventing itself. I'm actually convinced that something good can come out of this crisis if we listen to each other and learn from each other. And IES Abroad, as an institution, has an important role to play in this. We actually look much forward to have students join us on this mission as soon as possible. And for you, as we say here, if you still have a suitcase in Berlin, come and pick it up whenever it's possible. And see us at the IES Abroad Center here. Bis dahin, alles Gute.
Goedemorgen, my name is Bryn Campbell and I studied abroad in Amsterdam in the fall of 2016. For me, the experience was everything I hoped for and more. It was a unique opportunity to learn both more about myself and about the world around me, and it opened my eyes to issues beyond the borders of my own home, as well as shedding light on issues back home that I had not yet recognized before going abroad. So I got to view my home through a fresh perspective, and that's learning that I carry with me every day. And it was thanks to a scholarship from IES Abroad that this was all possible. Today I am again living in Amsterdam. I've been here for 3 years now. I returned 1 year after I finished my semester with IES, and I am working at an international organization in The Hague that's focused on supporting survivors of sexual violence during war. So without further ado, I would like to give a very warm welcome to Chantal Amlo, the IES Amsterdam Center Director, who will give a very warm welcome to the IES alumni and friends to this special day of Opportunities Abroad. So come join us in Amsterdam.
Groeten uit Amsterdam, or greetings from Amsterdam. And we're standing in front of this beautiful Rijksmuseum. And spring has begun. And with it, it's accompanying weather. And in the Netherlands, it can take any direction. Rain 1 minute, sun the next, and perhaps a little bit of wind in the background as well. But the weather also reminds me a little bit of this last year, when the pandemic took many different turns as well. We went from hope to despair and back again. And it's also been just over a year that we have no students on site, and that hurts, because that's what we do. We want to run programs for our students. But it's obviously the current cohort of students who are missing out the most. But at the same time, we have to be realistic that during a pandemic it's very difficult to run a study abroad program. It's not really an option. Like elsewhere in Europe or around the globe, in the Netherlands we also had to navigate our lives from one wave to the next. And we had to endure various degrees of lockdowns and even a curfew, whilst worrying about family and friends. But alongside patchy weather, spring always instills in me a lot of optimism and hope as well. Perhaps it's the blossoming tulips and other flowers that are so blossoming gloriously, or the leaves that are slowly returning to the trees, or that the grass really is looking a little bit greener. And this optimism transcends to a belief that a return to study abroad is now a real possibility. Lockdown measures are slowly but surely paying off, and we see that the pace of vaccination is finally picking up. And there are also a variety of test events taking place in the Netherlands to see how we can safely open up Dutch society again. For example, the famous Keukenhof with the magnificent flower displays will open later this week for a couple of days, and they will run strict testing measures as a pilot to see how we can run events like that in the future once more. And the IES Amsterdam team has also been busy, working on adjustments to the program so that we can safely welcome students on site again. In this context, our move in the midst of the pandemic to a new centre will serve us well. The new centre is located on a stone's throw from the New Market, so right in the iconic old city centre. And the new centre also gives us ample space to run classes and activities in a safe manner. Alongside expressing my optimism for the future, I would also like to extend my thanks to all of those alumni who have supported IES, especially with scholarships. These scholarships have really made a difference for many students and has made study abroad accessible for a broader group of students, so that more students have been able to experience all of the different aspects of study abroad, with that unifying factor that's the huge impact that study abroad has on each individual life. So we're looking forward to the time that we can welcome students on site and support them on this impactful journey. Thank you so much for your support. Bedankt.
Go ahead.
I think it sounds good now.
It does.
Is that better?
Yes. Yeah. Try again.
I don't know what that was. Okay. So hi, I'm Laura Bierman. I studied in Vienna and in London for the 77-78 academic year. Those two programs made a huge difference in my studies, my graduate work, and ultimately my career. So I'm a huge believer in the impact of IES. In London, our group's super well bonded, and we've stayed in touch over the years, including and especially this last year during the pandemic. So if you're in touch with your IES classmates, it's so worth it to reach out, check in with them, and especially today during this day of giving. So donations to IES make the next group of students have the same kind of amazing experience that we all did. And for London alums, there is a special Professor Ed Mowat match. 25 gifts of any size will unlock $5,000 in additional scholarship dollars, and it's a 2-for-1 match. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Ali Cottrell, and I studied in the writers program in Dublin, where I worked with Professor Stephen McMahon, who's one of the best writing professors that I've ever had. Dublin was definitely life-changing, and I just graduated from Grinnell College this spring with a degree in English and math, and I plan to go into the field of academic publishing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Beth Eustace, and I studied in Durham in 1984 to 85. There are 923 IES Durham alums who attended the program between 1969 and 1999. Dozens of us gathered in Durham in 2017 for an IES Durham alumni weekend and relived our memories of studying for a full academic year there. I now work for IES Abroad, and through our 250 college and university consortium members, encourage thousands of students every year to embark on the life-changing experience we all know as study abroad. I'm so happy to introduce IES Dublin Centre Director Megan Markey, followed by IES London Centre Director John Oakey, and then a look back at IES Durham on this special day of opportunities abroad. Join us now in Dublin.
I'm the Centre Director for IES Dublin. I'm here in St. Anne's Park. It's my favourite park in the whole city. It's just on the north side of the city centre. And you'll see behind me a clock tower. It was built in 1850. And the park grounds were previously owned by the Guinness family. There was a beautiful old stately home on the grounds, but unfortunately it burnt down. And so then in 1939, Dublin City Council purchased the land and have now made it into a lovely park for visitors and locals. So at the weekends, you'll see loads of matches happening. Our national sport GAA is played here. You'll also see rugby and soccer. There's a farmer's market at the weekend, and there's even a cafe where people queue up for coffees and ice cream. You can imagine over the past 14-15 months, we've grown to appreciate these amenities even more than we have in the past. And it's these little gems and these little places in Dublin off the beaten track that we love to share with our students, and we love to show them what Dublin and Ireland has to offer. Because typically this time of year, we'd be getting ready for our summer programming, and our internship coordinators would be pairing interns with companies. Toby. I'm the Centre Director for IES Dublin. I'm here in St. Anne's Park. It's my favourite park in the whole city. It's just on the north side of the city centre. And you'll see behind me a clock tower. It was built in 1850. And the park grounds were previously owned by the Guinness family. There was a beautiful old stately home on the grounds, but unfortunately it burned down. And so then in 1939, Dublin City Council purchased the land and have now made it into a lovely park for visitors and locals. So at the weekends, you'll see loads of matches happening. Our national sport GAA is played here. You'll also see rugby and soccer. There's a farmer's market at the weekend, and there's even a cafe where people queue up for coffees and ice cream. You can imagine over the past 14-15 months, we've grown to appreciate these amenities even more than we have in the past. And it's these little gems and these little places in Dublin off the beaten track that we love to share with our students, and we love to show them what Dublin and Ireland has to offer. Because typically this time of year we'd be getting ready for our summer programming, and our internship coordinators would be pairing interns with companies. We'd be finalizing our itineraries for our customized programs, and we'd be booking last-minute events and excursions for our intensive acting and in Irish studies programs. And unfortunately that's not happening, but we think it's just around the corner. So many of our friends and alumni know that Irish people we're just not good at boasting about things, but one thing I'm never shy about boasting about is our students. We just happen to get the best students who are so bright, so talented and engaged, and really make the most of their opportunity. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our friends and alumni who have supported us. And for those who have had the privilege of studying abroad, we all know what kind of impact it can make on us. It is truly a transformative experience. And we recognize that during the pandemic, people have suffered, and people have suffered financially. So if you're in a position to support us on IES Abroad's Day of Giving, we'd be delighted. We really want more students to have the opportunity to study abroad and to make the world a more inclusive place. We look forward to seeing you in Dublin soon. All the best. Slán.
Greetings to our alumni, colleagues, friends. This is John Oakey. I'm the director of the IES Abroad London program, and I'm here in Covent Garden, iconic spot in central London. It's April 12th, and today is the first day for us to come out of a long period of lockdown, 4 or 5 months. On and off we've been going, but the road ahead looks bright. And as the Prime Minister has stated a number of times, this is our one-way street back to reopening and to getting things back to some semblance of normality. We've had a rough time of it, just like pretty much everybody in the world. Government's been criticized, it's been applauded for a number of things that it's done, of course, but I think everybody can agree that the vaccination program that's been happening over the past 3 or 4 months has been world-class, exceptional, and is proving to be extremely effective. As a result of that, today, as scheduled and as planned, we've started the first phase of reopening here in the city, and I'm here in iconic Covent Garden. I cycled down from the center just a little minute ago. Wanted to show the people out and about the sense of optimism and hope that's in the air, along with spring and warmer temperatures that are headed our way. Things again look really bright. We're very hopeful for a summer program with some students, and very much looking forward to the fall semester and spring semester. This should be absolutely trouble-free, and hoping for good news on that front. Wow, what do we miss? We miss having students on site. We've tried over the last months to do everything possible to capitalize on the time, to reimagine, re-envision how we're doing certain things. I'm sure that we're thinking ahead and making improvements, streamlining, utilizing better technologies so that when students do come back, they'll feel that we've evolved just like they've evolved over the past months. and at the same time feel the familiarity of what it is that we offer here in London, which is a cultural immersion into British life and society, and something that all of us on staff and faculty cannot wait to do. I think we've come to realize even more and appreciate even more the honor and the privilege that is ours to be able to have students here and teaching us while at the same time learning from each other, from our faculty, and from their classmates and friends. I want to send a sincere thanks to all of our alumni for their support and belief in what we do and study abroad, for your generosity in helping more students be able to study abroad. The future looks very, very bright for study abroad, and especially study abroad in London. We're just counting the days until we have again our beloved students back on site. And just want to say thank you and a warm welcome to London to all of you to come and visit us whenever possible. Take care.
Bonjour, I'm Jake Joseph, and I studied in Nantes for the academic year 2009-2010. Nantes recalls so many great and important memories for me. I'm currently one of the associate ministers at one of the oldest congregational UCC churches in Connecticut. And I give monthly to IES to support scholarships and help students take advantage of the life-changing experience of study abroad. Please join me in making a monthly or a gift now. I'm so happy to introduce IES Nantes former and current center directors, Thibaut de Béranger and Nicolas Stéphanie, followed by IES Arles Center Director Hester Davies, and then by IES Nice Center Director Berit Roeder, who all bring a warm bienvenue to all of the IES alumni and friends on this special day of Opportunities IES Abroad. Join us now in France.
A quick hello here from Arles in the south of France, where the sun is out and people are getting a tiny bit of hope that we might have some more freedom again this summer. We are currently in our third lockdown since the beginning of the pandemic, which is why I can't be filming this in town. So normally by this time of year, the terraces would be out and the town would be getting very lively, as our alumni know it to be. It's sad and difficult to see our streets so deserted and our squares so empty still. But the good news is that the vaccination program is really speeding up now, so hopefully that will help for things to develop in a positive way. We might have our world-famous International Photography Festival again this year, which is an event that our students of the French Immersion Summer Program always very much enjoy. We obviously miss our students very much. I get a lot of messages from our host family saying how much they regret not having a student again this year. Arles is a small town and the IES program is very famous. The students always really become part of daily life, and so I would say I'm not the only one who misses them here. I think the whole town misses them with me. We can't wait to let our students experience la belle vie en France again. This usually makes a big impression on them and really makes them think about cultural differences and how we can learn from them. This is an important life experience, I think, and I would like to thank IES and all my colleagues and those who support IES for making this precious experience possible each year for our students. So we're very much looking forward to having you all back here again, and so we can share the beauty and historical and cultural richness of our town with you. And we also have some surprises, like a silver, shiny, 180 feet high tower designed, which will be soon, and it will be the leading contemporary art center, and also artists can work on new and innovative ideas for a world that's in need of some changes. So can't wait to share this old and new Arles with our future students again. Prenez bien soin de vous et à très bientôt, j'espère.
Dear Nantes alumni, we are very pleased to be with you through the camera. We hope to give you some news about the Nantes program and the Nantes city during this very bizarre time.
En français, s'il vous plaît, monsieur Béranger. Alors, en cette période de l'année, c'est le printemps, il fait très beau, on est content d'être dehors. Habituellement, en temps normal, on célébrerait avec les étudiants la fin du semestre, après le stress des examens. Donc c'est la première fois depuis 1965 que le programme existe, que au 7 rue des Cadonniers, où se trouve l'Institut, nous n'avons pas d'étudiants. Nous sommes bien tristes et pour autant tout le staff reste mobilisé, reste sur place pour préparer le retour des étudiants. On l'espère le plus tôt possible, on l'espère dès septembre prochain. Nous avons tous hâte d'accueillir à nouveau les étudiants, que ce soit les profs, le staff évidemment, mais aussi les familles d'accueil qui sont très attachées à cette relation avec les étudiants. Voilà, donc le programme IES continuera dès la reprise à faire ce qu'on fait de mieux depuis 1965, à savoir l'accueil et puis l'immersion culturelle, l'immersion linguistique et l'excellence académique.
Et donc, au-delà d'IES, plus généralement, on peut vous parler un petit peu aussi de cette vie étrange menée par les Nantais, les Français, aussi beaucoup de personnes dans le monde entier. Beaucoup de commerces sont fermés, malheureusement les restaurants et les bars sont totalement fermés en France. Les salles de spectacle, cinéma, théâtre, etc. La musique, tout ça est interdit et c'est vrai que c'est des choses qui manquent et qui rendent la vie parfois, ajoutée à l'absence des étudiants américains, pas toujours très amusante.
Malgré tout, Nantes, comme vous le savez, vous connaissez Nantes, reste une ville dynamique, tournée, voilà, malgré son ancrage dans les traditions, quand même tournée vers l'innovation et vers l'avenir.
Tradition, innovation.
Vous vous souvenez peut-être en 2013, Nantes était la capitale verte de l'Europe. On a même ouvert un cours portant sur ce sujet. Le développement durable. En 2010, Nantes était capitale européenne de l'innovation. Nous avons eu un également à Nantes sur le tourisme culturel avec le voyage à Nantes. Il y a énormément de start-up, de laboratoires, de recherche qui se déroulent à Nantes dans l'industrie, dans la recherche médicale, puis dans l'innovation en général. Tout ça à Nantes, c'est un véritable bouillonnement.
On a été heureux, même brièvement, par le truchement de cet instrument, de discuter avec nos plus que 5000 alumni passés par le programme depuis plus de 55 ans. On aurait dû fêter 5 ans le passé et on très fêter avec vous les 100 ans. Et votre soutien, sous toutes les formes possibles, est extrêmement apprécié à Nantes.
On vous remercie tous bien sûr de votre soutien, de votre fidélité et de votre amitié à la fois au programme et à la ville de Nantes. On sait que vous l'aimez particulièrement, que vous y avez passé un très bon semestre, une très belle année pour certains d'entre vous et on espère vous voir bientôt.
Hello dear students, supporters and friends of IES Abroad Nice as well as alumni. This little video is to give a little update of our location here in beautiful Nice, as well as to thank you for your ongoing support in these difficult times. So normally we are currently in mid-April. You would have your exams. You would be in the middle of your final exams, or you would prepare for your final exams. Instead, unfortunately, this year it was still not possible so far to have you back on site again. But we are currently in lockdown in Nice, very likely until end of April, to also secure the vaccination process, which is really advancing quite fastly finally. And so we really hope that we will be able to welcome students back on site for the fall 21 program. All the team of IES Abroad Nice is very eager to have you back on site and to really show you again the beautiful region, to introduce you to the great French culture, to show you the multicultural population, or to introduce you to the multicultural population of the French Riviera. And so we want to thank you for your support, and also maybe to make sure that other students might have the same possibility to study abroad as you, even though they might not have the financial background for this. So as you very likely know, it's a life-changing experience to study abroad, and we should do everything to make it possible for as many students as possible to have these broadening and mind-opening experience. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon here in the Mediterranean on the Côte d'Azur. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. See you soon.
Well, hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Gretchen Cook Anderson, and I'm the Associate Vice President and Assistant to the President for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism here at IES Abroad. And welcome to another one of our wonderful events associated with OpportunitIES Abroad Day of Giving, this May 12th. And so just to let you know, again, I'm Gretchen, and you have reached the right event, believe me. This is our catch up with Dr. Mary M. Dwyer, our former president and CEO, and me. But guess what? We're having a little bit of technical difficulty getting Dr. Dwyer on with me this afternoon, or this evening, depending on where you are in the world. But we hope to have her join us. If she's unable to, I'm happy to share some of the information about our diversity initiative. We were really eager to have Dr. Dwyer, who I call Mary, because I've known her for years and years, to have Mary come aboard and chat with me and just to have a lovely conversation about the foundations of our diversity initiative, which we officially call the Initiative to Diversify Education Abroad. And so I'm going to try to wing it today. So please give me a little grace in the midst of technical difficulties, and I'll share a little bit that I was going to share anyway with Mary, alongside Mary. And I'll also try to impart some of the information that Mary was going to share with you also. So if she's able to come aboard, I think I'll be able to see that. In the meantime, let's get started. So again, welcome. Thank you for being part of our IES Abroad May 12th OpportunitIES Abroad Day of Giving. I am Gretchen Cook Anderson, and I am also a proud IES Abroad alum. I studied abroad with IES in 1988-89. Don't do the math. Don't even bother. I know I'm aging myself when I say that, but I'm proud of the years since. And so, and I'm also really proud to be an IES Abroad alum. And I studied abroad with IES in our Nagoya, Japan program, which was relatively new back in the mid-'80s, and had such a profound experience that it ultimately led to me being right here in front of you today. After 10 years at IES Abroad, I just celebrated that 10 years back in March. It's a proud 10 years. It's been an absolutely amazing journey of both self-discovery when it comes to a career that I call a calling, but also to working with all of my amazing IES Abroad colleagues, with alum from all over the world, amongst our 150,000 some alums, and all of the amazing students of various diverse backgrounds who I've had the opportunity to work with. So what I thought I would do, since Mary is not with me at the moment, I thought that I would share a little bit about the founding of our diversity initiative, and a couple of stories that I'd hope to share along with Mary. So do bear with me in doing so. So one of the questions, just so that you know, one of the questions that Mary was going to ask me, and I'll work to answer that anyway, even though I'm kind of talking to myself today. One of the questions that she was going to ask me was, what's the accomplishment, Gretchen, that you're most proud of when you consider the arc of progress in diversity, inclusion, and equity at IES Abroad? And in answering this question, what I first want to do is mention that our initiative to diversify education abroad, which we call the IDEA, right, the acronym that we tend to use here at IES, we were founded in 2008. So we're going back 11 or 12 years at this point. And it started with a diversity task force that Dr. Mary M. Dwyer convened as our president and CEO. And she convened this along with our members of our board, folks from the business community, from academia, from foundations and nonprofits. She really kind of brought this group of really talented experts together to try to figure out why we weren't seeing a great deal of religious, racial, ethnic diversity, and diversity across the spectrum of social identity. across IES Abroad's enrollments at the time. And again, you know, think back into the early 2000s, mid 2000s, and this was kind of what was going on and what we were seeing when we looked at our enrollments. She was really wanting to look at this, not just from the perspective of, you know, where are these students, but in asking the questions about where are these students and why are more students of diverse backgrounds not going abroad. We felt that what it meant was that if there were students who were missing in our participation in study abroad programs, it meant that there were students missing out on some really valuable experiences and the ability to reap the rewards that study abroad brings. And so this group of really wonderful folks got together. They, you know, did a lot of brainstorming about why students of different backgrounds might not have been going abroad. And they tried to hammer out some solutions. And one of the outcomes from that was our initiative to diversify education abroad, which began the fall of 2008. And I later came on as a management level alum, as it turns out, to actually engage young students around the country at our over 250 colleges and universities around the United States, with a wonderful team of other professionals, as well as the buy-in and embrace from our colleagues all across IES Abroad, both here in the United States and around the world. And so it's really been a great honor to be part of this experience and opportunity. And more so because of the opportunity that we hope that all of our work is bringing to young people across those colleges and universities, many of whom are now alums over the last 10 to 12 years. So that's a little bit about the founding of the Initiative to Diversify Education Abroad. We have continued to do a lot of work over the years and really trying to make a world of difference, which is actually a hashtag that we came up with to talk about the work that we do to diversify the enrollments of students who are studying abroad all over the world in our programs. And but when it comes to some of like the key accomplishments, so I want to share a little bit about that. I know that one of the accomplishments for me on a very personal level is I'm just really proud to be an alum of IES Abroad's programs. And I'm an alum from that program in 1988-89 in Nagoya, Japan. I was a Spelman College undergraduate, and which makes me really essentially a part of IES Abroad's arc of progress when it comes to expanding student diversity. So I feel like I'm actually part of the progress that we've made over the years. But secondarily, since I've been aboard at IES Abroad these last 10 years, some things that I'm really proudest of, and I know that Dr. Dwyer is too, I know that Mary is as well, since the founding of the IES Abroad program, our diversity initiative, enrollment diversity at IES Abroad has grown 151%. Now, of course, this was before we were in the midst of a pandemic last spring of 2020, but we were really proud of the progress that we've made over the years. Again, over 151%. And that translates to, you know, almost 20,000 students over the course of that period of time. That was students of color in particular, but we also able to track progress across other realms of social identity that we're really proud of. Students, not only students of color, but students who come from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds. In some ways, we're able to track our LGBTQ+ student community for those who really talk with us about their social identity. But then also our students who were born outside of the United States and may not hold a US passport. So our international students, you know, we really work a lot with those students as well. So we look across the arc of social identity, but that progress, 151%, has really been profound for us and really makes it feel like we're making a world of difference, or at least we certainly are trying to in every way that we possibly can. We're also really proud of the fact that we have been educating students who attend HBCUs since as far back as 1958, and that even amongst the first 10 members of our school consortium, there were HBCUs. There were 2 or 3 HBCUs as far back as the early and mid 1960s. And so that makes me really proud as the product of an HBCU myself. That makes me especially proud. And then, interestingly enough, another little factoid that I just wanted to share with you that I thought you might find interesting today is that just right before the pandemic, right? A lot of these statistics, most of these statistics are just before the pandemic, but right before the pandemic emerged, Black students in our programs had really started to, latch on to studying abroad over many years of doing a lot of outreach. And so the enrollment of Black students in our programs had grown 65% over the lifespan of our diversity initiative. Again, something really personally proud of. And another really cool thing that I'd like to mention before I move on is that in 2020, in the midst of the COVID pandemic that affected so much of what we do, and which forced students back from all over the world who were enjoying study abroad programs, in the midst of all of that, we started a brand new campaign to endow a new scholarship named after Charles E. Merrill Jr. He was a wonderful gentleman who gave for study abroad at HBCUs like Spelman and Morehouse College since as far back as the 1950s. I myself am a Merrill Scholar from Spelman College. And when he passed away in 2017, we really felt that we wanted to do something to continue his legacy, even at IES Abroad. And so we worked with a number of alums from Spelman College, from Morehouse College, and other alums as well, who really support us boosting the numbers of students from HBCUs who are choosing to study abroad and explore the world. We've had so much help from lots of folks, particularly Morehouse graduate John O. Hodges and others who have really been a founding force in establishing this newly endowed scholarship. So not only were we able to endow that scholarship in 2020 during the midst of a very uncertain year, but we were able to double that endowment in that time frame. And so again, that's something that we're really proud of. And as Morehouse and Spelman College students are able to begin exploring the world again with IES Abroad, we hope that these scholarship funds will be a big help to them. And we certainly look to you to continue to help us with that as well. I just made a contribution myself this morning to the Charles E. Merrill Jr. Scholarship here at IES Abroad, and I certainly hope you might consider doing so as well. So to move on just a little bit, I also wanted to share one of the things that we discovered about this particular generation of college students is that they are social change activists, even more so than in some previous generations. We know that the baby boom generation also was a very huge generation when it came to pushing for and forging social change. And Gen Z, this Gen Z generation, it is really part of the heart and soul of who they are. And so I wanted to also talk a little bit about our work around providing programs and courses and experiences to students these days that really help them. We hope that will help them foster greater social change, positive social change, and social justice around the world. So I just wanted to mention a few of our programs. If you weren't familiar with them, just to share them with you, feel free to check them out online at iesabroad.org. But we have a wonderful program in Santiago, politics, social justice, and language. In Amsterdam, we have a wonderful program, conflict and cultural diversity. Cape Town, we have a program, a course that is taught by Dr. Carla Lever at the University of Cape Town called Power and Protest, which is absolutely amazing. I've heard her talk about this course, and she is an absolutely stunning expert on power and protest. and that's part of our health, culture, and development program. And then in Paris, we do Black Paris tours, which I have heard so many good things about. I wish I could actually take one of those tours myself as we emerge from this pandemic. And then in Nice, France, we have a wonderful program called Multiculturalism in France. And the reason why, I mentioned the emphasis around social justice and positive social change with this particular generation, because IES Abroad believes in remaining on the forefront of change, in providing these kinds of opportunities to students based in who they are and what they're hoping to do and how they're hoping to explore the world. I like to think that so many of our students are trying to be and are out there in the world trying to be champions for change. And in doing so, there's also a power in being a champion for others. We hope that you'll consider being a champion for others by giving to IES Abroad to help us support the diversity amongst our students and all of our inclusive excellence that we're really working toward and trying every day to be part of, both here in the United States and around the world for our students. But when it comes to the power of being a champion for others, I thought I'd also just share a quick story before we go today. I don't think Mary Dwyer has been able to join us yet. Maybe I'll get a note from a colleague if she's able to. But I have a kind of a personal story I thought I would share with you about the power of personal champions and the power of being a champion for change for others. If it weren't for someone in my life who decided to support me in my dreams of study abroad, I would not have had an opportunity to study abroad all those years ago, and now be someone who's in a really amazing position to be able to help other students study abroad who remind me so much of myself at the time. And so I'll tell a little story about Vernon Jordan. Some of you may be familiar with Vernon Jordan in varying degrees, but Vernon Jordan was a giant of a man who unfortunately passed away March 1st of this year. But he was a lawyer. He was a social justice champion. He was a corporate board member at a time when there were very few Black corporate board members in this country. But he was a behind the scenes power player who believed in connecting people. He believed in helping others, and he really gave his entire life to doing that. And I happen to feel very fortunate to have been a beneficiary of his kindness and of his support, which actually helped me to be able to study abroad. So when I'm, reaching out to fellow alums out there and others who are friends of IES Abroad and talking about the power of being a champion for others, I say that, I don't say that lightly. I say that as someone who's trying to do that for others myself, but I say that because I'm a beneficiary of that kind of support from someone else. So Vernon Jordan was someone who many years ago, when I was just 19 years old as an undergrad at Spelman, I didn't know him. I had heard of him, but I didn't know him. And I had dreamed of studying abroad for years as a college student, even as a high school student. But my family didn't have the means by which I could study abroad. And so I had done everything I could to apply for and patch together scholarships that I could put towards my dreams of study abroad while a student at Spelman. I found this study abroad program through IES Abroad through the help of Dr. Margie Gans, who was the director at Spelman College at that time for study abroad. And through her help, I was able to patch together various funds to help me. However, just about 6 weeks before I was supposed to board a plane to Japan, and which was going to be my first time outside the United States, I was still $5,000 short, and I didn't know where that money was going to come from. And so in trying to leave no stone unturned, I was reaching out to family members. I was reaching out to friends. I, again, was applying for everything that I could in trying to make this dream happen for myself. And one day I was looking at a copy of Ebony magazine, which was a very popular magazine at the time and still exists to this day, I believe. I was reading a copy of Ebony magazine, and the very last article was an article featuring Mr. Vernon Jordan. And there was something, that light bulb, I guess, that went off in my head at the time. And I thought, you know, this gentleman seems to know a lot of people. He seems to be a game changer, a rainmaker of sorts. He was based as a partner of a law firm in Washington, D.C. I lived not far away at the time. So when that light bulb went off, something just said, reach out to this gentleman and see if he might have some advice for you on what you can do to try to pull together the rest of these funds needed to study abroad for that academic year in Japan. And so through a series of kind of magical moments, if you will, I wrote him a letter. I was able to ultimately get him on the phone after going through his secretary, which was a feat unto itself, I have to say. And through all of that, I was able to get him on the phone to talk to him about my dream of studying abroad, what I hoped for that experience, what I hoped that experience would be for me in the long run, as well as the short run, how I thought it might help my career aspirations. And after his willingness to listen to me for a few minutes, he invited me to his office. And again, this was a gentleman who did not know me, but he listened to my story. I think there must have been something in my appeal that touched him. And so a week later, I was in front of him, and he agreed ultimately to assist me in finding a way to acquire the rest of the funds needed. And so within 2 weeks after reaching him and talking with him, I had the funds that I needed. I had that $5,000. He reached out to folks in his network to assist me, and they did. And so, you know, that's just one story of so many about the power of being a champion for someone else. I know that you want to be a champion for the young people who are out there who want the same experience that you've had with IES Abroad. And I'm also, both in my everyday work and as an alum, am also trying to do whatever I can to make a change in the lives of others when it comes to social justice, social change, right? Because if it's going to take all of us working together to make a difference in other people's lives so that they then can go on to make some amazing, amazing changes in this world and make a world of difference in so many ways. So with that, I just want to, again, to share a little bit about IES Abroad. I don't think that Dr. Dwyer will be able to join us today. I don't see any indication of that. However, I know that she really wanted to be here with us to talk about her work and her leadership in leading the charge at IES Abroad for diversity in not only amongst our students, but in our field in general, and raising the bar when it comes to prioritizing diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism at this institution and in the field of global education. She certainly has been a leader in doing so, as well as a personal mentor and role model to me. And so I wish that you could have met her today, because believe me, it would have been worth your time and conversation with her. And so as we kind of wind down on this particular opportunity to chat and talk today, it's been a real pleasure to have a little bit of time in front of you. Thank you so much for thinking about IES Abroad. Thank you for thinking of what you can do to make a world of difference in the lives of the students who want to study abroad and explore the world through those internships abroad and through traditional study abroad. I want to thank you for that. I hope that you'll stay tuned for the rest of today's events. We have an exciting Twitter conversation coming up at 2 p.m. Central with my fellow alum, Jimmy Briggs, who's an alum of Morehouse College, one of my Morehouse brothers, and our current IES Abroad President and CEO, Dr. Gregory Hess. So the two of them will be talking over Twitter. I hope that you will join us for that, as well as for the rest of our trip around the world. later this afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Please do stay in touch with us. There are all kinds of ways to help. iesabroad.org. And please do consider a gift to make a world of difference for someone else. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great day.
Hi, everyone. Bonjour, bon après-midi. I hope everyone is well and that you can hear me fine. Maybe in the chat, someone can tell me if they're seeing me or hearing me all right. I'm in New York City. I am an alumnus of both the Vienna program and the Paris program. And when Greg Hess and Jennifer asked me to try and help out today, I was thrilled. I, like you, had a fantastic experience at Rue Daguerre and studying with IES. I also believe strongly in the concept of paying it forward. And so you can imagine how happy I am to help celebrate the benefits of study abroad, but also how I really do believe it's the way forward for our society. When I think about my own experience and probably yours, when we went to a foreign country and worked and studied and got to know the quote unquote other, we became more empathetic, perhaps more curious and more understanding. And I think that's made all the difference in my career, in my life. So imagine my joy in seeing Amanda Gorman on the cover of Vogue this past month when she was celebrated for such a great poet that she is, but also an IES alumna, as we all know. So I thought it would be fun to just welcome you all to this stroll down Rue Daguerre, and together we're also going to get to see the new center, which is open since I was there many years ago. And just real quickly, I want to give a shout out to all my peeps from my semester in Vienna, Orly, Muggs, Anne, Carolyn, Jeff, the other Carolyn. It was an awesome time, and I'm so glad we've remained in each other's lives. And we'll talk more in the coming days about how to pay it forward, but certainly supporting the IES Opportunities effort on Wednesday, May 12th would be a huge step. So back to you all in the center.
Welcome back to IES Paris. My name is Celine. I'm the housing coordinator. I've been with IES in 2008, so I probably know a few of you. Welcome back to the garden, you must remember. See here the Salvarda? Some of you may have known it under another name, but a few years back, we renamed it after the famous cinematographer who lives just up the street, 50 meters from us. And Agnès Varda has done a lot of lectures for our cinema students over the years. So we have the Salvarda and the classroom, and this is two of my co-workers. This is Andrea Ferrer and Seth Fisher.
Hello, I'm Andrea Ferrer. I am the internship program coordinator and customized program coordinator here at the IES Center.
I'm Seth Fisher. I work with our student services and also the customized program since 2015. Several students over the past few years have taken part in a program we are calling the Défi, which is a one-week challenge to speak French in the center as well as at home for an entire week. So in this new world of social media and the internet, it can be sometimes difficult to fully immerse yourself in the language and the community. But here's an example of quite a few students who have done full 5 weeks of the Défi during their semester or their summer in Paris. So these students will have their names proudly hung in the center until we say the end of time. So we are here for about 5 years. We've had students who've added their names to the list, and we look forward to having many more in the next few years.
Welcome to the bakery that is just down the road from the center. Some of you may recognize it, although they have just had a facelift and refurbished the entire interior as well as the exterior. But they still have the same classic French pastries that you probably remember from your stay here. Pain au chocolat, des baguettes, and you can see all of the delicious pastries here in the window.
Donc à partir de midi demain, Thank you. It was really nice taking you back through time. The Rue Daguerre waiting for you, the Fromagerie Macrou, the Café Perret, the Fishmonger La Marée, who now opened a small restaurant on the side. So come back anytime.
Merci.
Merci, à bientôt.
À bientôt. Bonjour à tous. Welcome to the Paris BIA Center, IES BIA Center. So for those of you who were with us before January 15, you don't know this center because we moved here in January 15th. So we're going to tour the place and I'll show you. So this is my office with lots of memories from past students, cards and pictures, and then we have our main hall, and we have Debbie, who is the front desk answering the calls and opening the doors to everyone. And so we have this little lounge corner. So for those of you who were with us between 2010 and 14, this is the equivalent to the Cave Rue de Parcieux, whom some of you loved so much, the ground floor, the basement where the computers were. And so we have 4 classrooms in this center. One of them here, the small room, which we used to call the green room. It's not green anymore, but it had green carpeting, so we've kept the name. And then you will see we like to show you exactly where we are. So the BIA Center is in the 15th, the French Studies Center is in the 14th, not far away, and De Parcieux used to be in the 14th as well. And our first center, for those of you who started with us, was across from the Trocadero in the 16th, Avenue des Lots, if you remember well. We stayed there for 2 years. So yeah, in the 10th year of ISBI, we've moved twice, and this is our final center. So we have there's a student with us today. We have the coffee corner where students like to have a cup of coffee or eat their lunch in between courses. So you're done with your exam?
Yeah, I just finished.
Was it okay?
It was good.
Good, great. You're the first out?
Yeah.
Okay, and then here we have some more classrooms. As I said, we have 4 classrooms, so that's the second one, which the largest one, the grey room. We have all the computers for students to use and do their work if they need to, or print their train tickets or plane tickets to fly out over the weekend. Here we have another classroom, the red room. It's the global marketing class, and they're taking their midterm exams, so we must be quiet. And the faculty is Marie Dejean. For those of you who took the class, she's still with us, Marie. And here is our smallest room, that's the purple room. And for those of you who were French beginner when they were with us, it's where Claire Miquel teaches French beginners. So it's a small room because that's the smaller group we have usually in order for students to be able to learn as much as possible over the semester. And here we have the academic advisor office with Chris and Joa, who answer all students' questions on classes and the curriculum. And then we're back with some more computers and bulletin boards, and we're back here. And we have Laurie, who's still with us and has been with us from the beginning, who is doing student activities and student affairs. And of course, we have Peggy here, whom all of you alumni have known because she started the BI program along with me 10 years ago, and who is assistant director in charge of student services. So we would love to have you come over and see us. If you're in Paris, please do come to Rue Saint-Amand in the 15th, because it's always a pleasure. I just wanted to show you what I keep in my office. It's just a booklet with all the pictures from all the students we've had at the BIS since the beginning, since the first semester in the full 17. So if you watch this video, you are part of this book, certainly, and we would love to see you over here soon with us in Paris.
Ciao a tutti! Ciao, comincio io. Ciao, sono Jessica e ho studiato a Milano per l'anno 95-96, and that's all I'm going to say in Italian. But I couldn't resist having a little chance to say hello. I'm Jess. I studied in Milan from 1995 to 96 for the year, and I had an absolutely wonderful time. As you can tell, I'm still speaking Italian and really love that. And actually got a chance to go back to Italy last year. I left my husband with our 3 kids and studied in an immersion program in Perugia. So at the end of that month, I got to go back to Milan and reunite with my roommates that I hadn't seen in almost 25 years. And it was amazing to reconnect with them. We'd stayed in touch a little bit over Facebook, but to be back in Milan was incredible, and had a great experience there. I studied opera with a private voice teacher. I'm not singing classical music anymore, but I sing jazz now. But I'm just so grateful for the time that I had in Milan and getting to know the wonderful Italian people, and happy to be back here and grateful to IES for that experience and for bringing us all together today.
Grazie, Jess. You set it up so well. I'm going to keep on going in English. My name is Francesca Miravalli, and I studied first actually with IES Nantes in France in the fall of 2003, and then Milan in fall of 2004. And that was a highlight of my undergraduate experience. I have a lot of family that live in Milan, so I was able to spend pretty much every weekend with them, connecting with them, family I'd never met before. So it was a wonderful experience. I now work in international education. I've done so for my whole career, currently working at IES Abroad, here at IES Abroad, where I encourage thousands of students to study abroad, those students who are attending colleges in the Midwest.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Francesca. I also studied in Italy in Siena, spring of 2020, so not so long ago. I was an IES correspondent there, so I had the chance to blog, and I'm really happy I had that opportunity to write about my experience. I'll give you a little excerpt here from February of last year. I wrote this, quote, "There is a visceral wonder, a momentary joy, an unmovable image, and the lessons learned, growth in coming to know new people and building community, and that in meeting outsiders, people of a different soil and language, and discovering we are all inside of the very same world," end quote. I'm so happy to introduce our next speakers, IES Milan Center Director Roberto Androni, followed by IES Siena Center Director, who I got to know very well, Veronica Semeraro, and then IES Rome Center Director John Ponti, who all will bring a warm benvenuto to all IES alumni and friends on this special day of Opportunity IES Abroad. Join us now in Italy.
Ciao a tutti, my name is Roberto Andreoni. I'm the director of the IES Abroad programs in Milan, and I'm one of the iconic places of the city, the Navigli, the canals that were designed in Renaissance by Leonardo, and it's always been one of favorite strolling places for people, even when the clubs and restaurants are closed. And this is one of the places that tell you that the city designs new ideas and creative solutions out of problems. The same is happening after this year. A lot of novelties are coming up after this difficult year, like the pride of Milan to build the new Olympic village, since Milan will host the Winter Olympics of 2026, and the new Bocconi University campus, the new metro line that will bring people from the Linate airport straight into the downtown area, the new soccer stadium, the football stadium of Milan and Inter football clubs, and also green areas. The Roman amphitheater that will become a park for culture and music. The library of trees, that is a new green area around the Gaia Aulenti Porta Nuova district. The new city life district with the 3 towers, the South Farms of Milan that will become an educational place for the youth. We are looking forward to seeing again the expression of awe in our students as soon as they encounter the beauty of our landscapes, the overwhelming history, the taste of the Italian food, the sounds of the Italian language and music, everything that comes along with this experience, the dolce vita, the beauty of fashion and design, the elegance, inseparable from our Milanese entrepreneurial creativity. More than ever, we need the support of the alumni to help extend the possibility for many more students to come. We thank you for believing in the life-changing experience of study abroad, which actually renews the capacity of this city to rebuild itself after great plagues, great destructions like the one of World War II. And now again, we are in the same spirit. I think that during the past year, everything shrank to become more local, insular, isolated. But now I believe it's time for the youth to discover again that the world is big and beautifully diverse. Ti aspettiamo a Milano. Ciao.
Ciao from IES Abroad Siena. As you can see behind me from this small portion of Tuscan countryside, everything is turning into green and is blossoming, making the Tuscan landscape one of the most famous around the world. Usually in this part of the year we were preparing the last activities for the spring semester, and the students were getting ready for their final exams, but unfortunately this year was not possible. Coram magis tibi sena pandit. As our alumni may recall, we are used to starting our orientation session with this welcoming inscription written on one of the Siena gates to welcome the pilgrims going to Rome. And the city wants to preserve this welcoming spirit. Siena Center, with its beautiful main square, Il Campo, is now unusually empty of tourist groups, but everyone here is ready to get back to normal life, exactly as happened after the Black Death in 1348. I'm pretty sure that Siena and the whole country will rise again stronger than ever. I thought it's unusual to see Siena so empty. It's also a good way for locals to enjoy a good gelato sitting on the main square or walking around the sunny narrow streets of the city. Siena is also investing many resources against the pandemic, contributing to discover some anti-COVID medical innovation in the cure of the virus and confirming its key role in the biomedical and medical research field. As some of our alumni had the opportunity to learn during their academic visits. The IES staff and faculty are looking forward to having the students back, investing our full energy on the aim of guaranteeing an unforgettable experience through our several activities such as museum visit, cooking classes, contrada dinners, language exchanges and so on. In particular, the IES staff is tirelessly working to guarantee a safe and healthy environment as in class as well in the student apartment for the next students. A semester in Siena is a life-changing experience, as some of our alumni had the opportunity to testify on our blog, proving that study abroad in Siena could be an important step in building the future life back home. In some cases, becoming a starting point for a new personal and professional life. While we are ready to receive the next students, at the same time, we really hope to hug soon the old ones, to remember together the past times. Now I leave the floor to the rest of the staff who wants to greet you as well. Ciao!
We miss our alumni so much, but we're ready to welcome the new students. Ciao!
Good morning. Welcome from the IES Abroad Center in Rome. I wanted to say that we are still here after a difficult year. We've been in lockdown for many months now, in an empty city, to the extent that grass has been growing in the empty Roman piazzas. But things are looking up. The vaccination campaign is underway. We are hoping and looking forward to welcoming students back in Rome in the fall semester. Thank you to all the friends and alumni of IES who continue to support us in our mission to offer students the possibility of an unforgettable study abroad experience. Rome is a place where we can discover much about the past. You know that the IES Rome Center is very close to the Castel Sant'Angelo in the Vatican, and I wanted to tell you a story about the Castel Sant'Angelo. In the 6th century, Rome was hit by the plague, and the Pope prayed for many days, asking God to end the pestilence, until one day he led out a procession from the Vatican throughout the city, and on his way back to the Vatican, an angel appeared in front of him with an unsheathed sword stained in blood. The angel stopped in front of the Pope and sheathed the sword as a message from God that the pestilence, the plague, was ended. And the statue of the angel on the Castel Sant'Angelo remembers that particular moment. So that with patience, determination, goodwill, it is possible to overcome any difficulty, any tragedy that befalls us, and that certainly befell Rome long, long time ago.
Hi, I'm Ed Friedman, and I studied in Madrid in the late 1960s. It was a different time. For one thing, Francisco Franco was still in power. In a recent reunion with classmates from the group, we recalled having the chance to see many parts of the country, sometimes by hitchhiking, and staying out until the wee hours of the morning. We also studied hard, and the IES faculty was truly outstanding. Thanks in great part to the IES experience, I was able to become a professor of Hispanic literature, and I've been teaching for 46 years. A scholarship from IES allowed me to participate in the program. I applaud IES for making study abroad accessible to many thousands of students who otherwise might have missed this exceptional opportunity. Mil gracias.
Hi, I'm Kendall Copenhaver, and I studied in Salamanca during the school year of 1993 to 1994. And I have to say, my time in Spain was the catalyst for a lifelong love of food, wine, travel, and learning about different cultures. The IES experience, specifically getting out of the comfort zone, my comfort zone, and really immersing myself in a world that was so foreign to my own, it really was instrumental in shaping my values and my career as it is today. And so I really have to say kudos to IES for providing students with opportunities to grow in ways that most people never get to experience. So I'm also happy to introduce IES Madrid Center Director Elvira Munoz, followed by IES Salamanca Center Director Barbara Liberatore. So please join us in Spain now.
It is springtime in Madrid. Usually, the center has an hectic activity this time of the year. These months have been very difficult for all of us. And now, we are looking forward to welcoming our students in the fall in Madrid. We want to be part of their life-transforming experience again. Our faculty and staff cannot wait to be with our students in the classroom, in their cultural life, field trips, activities. We want to possible. Please keep helping our students to have this life-transforming experience. Os esperamos en Madrid con los brazos abiertos.
Hello from IES Abroad Salamanca. I'm here in this beautiful park, just a few minutes from the IES Center, right up the street actually. And behind me you can see the cathedrals and part of the historic center of town, and the golden sandstone buildings, which Salamanca is so famous for, especially around this time of day. It's sunset time. It's Monday, the Monday after Semana Santa, our Holy Week here in Spain. And around this time, we would actually be wrapping up the semester and thinking about our farewell event, and our students would be leaving in just a matter of weeks. Although this is not happening, we are still thinking, very much thinking about our students and anxiously awaiting for them to return. And we are very optimistic for this summer, and for this. Things will be changing quite drastically here in Spain once we are probably a little further along in our vaccination timeline. But we're very happy for all of the support and very grateful for all of the people who have been by our side throughout this challenging year. Many of you are, former students who have reached out to us, and people who we work with here in Salamanca. And I'm very happy that we have such wonderful people that we can count on in times of need. So again, we are here. We're very much looking forward to having students again, and hoping that you're all safe and well.
Hola a todos, os saludo desde el Parque Natural Arribes del Duero, donde el río Duero marca la frontera entre España y Portugal, país que visitamos con los estudiantes de IES del semestre y del verano. Muy cerquita de aquí también tenemos las pinturas rupestres de Siega Verde, que visitamos en uno de los trabajos de campo. Sigo mirando al horizonte, con la ilusión y la esperanza de teneros muy pronto, aquí, en Salamanca, entre nosotros. Os esperamos.
Hola a todos, desde el convento de San Esteban de Salamanca los invito a dar el primer paso de un gran viaje. Hasta pronto.
Salamanca, estamos listos para recibirte.
Si este año fuera un año normal, ahora mismo estaríamos en Santa. La mayoría de los estudiantes estarían recorriendo Europa con su... Ha sido un año muy difícil y muy duro para todos, pero la primavera vuelve a florecer en Salamanca y en nada estaréis de vuelta. Tenemos muchísimas ganas de que volváis con vuestra alegría, con vuestra energía y con vuestras ganas de aprender y descubrir una nueva cultura. Os echamos muchísimo de menos.
Un abrazo a todos, cuidaos mucho y hasta pronto.
Hello, everybody. My name is June Hodge, and I studied in Barcelona fall of 2018. My time in Barcelona was definitely unforgettable, so much so that it was a little difficult to pin down a specific moment from my study abroad that influenced how I live my life today. That being said, I'm just going to share two moments that kind of stuck with me. The first moment was at the beginning of my study abroad. I would catch myself getting frustrated because I thought everyone was walking so slow. And when in actuality, it was me who was rushing to get everywhere instead of enjoying the walk and the little moments. Now, when I catch myself speeding to the next destination, I remind myself to slow down and take in my surroundings. And that's definitely stuck with me. And the second thing being that my professor at IES actually asked me what was my main motivator in life. I realized how much of my life was focused on financial stability versus finding out what I was actually passionate about. I'm so sorry, I have a little cold. Once I realized that, I started trying to figure out a way to mix my passion with my studies. So I became an art history major and made accounting my minor. And now I'm getting ready to graduate in like the next week. So excited to pursue what's coming up in my career next and keeping what I'm passionate about in the forefront. So with all of that, it's hard to give a single aha moment. My love for Barcelona was a spark that grew stronger with time, definitely. And the entire experience is definitely thanks to IES and the amazing people I met there. Speaking of one of those amazing people, I'm happy to introduce you to IES Barcelona Center Director, Cesar Alvarez. Join us now in Barcelona.
Hola, queridos estudiantes. It is a pleasure to share this moment with you. Addressing my students is always a great pleasure, and I must say that I have missed it quite a bit during this pandemic. What I particularly enjoy about the conversations that I have with my students is seeing how you describe Barcelona, what you like of the city, how the city has changed you. And I'm often the person learning the most about my own hometown through your vision, through your set of eyes. And this is really powerful for me, how you can contribute with your original view of the city and the things that go on to my own vision. Also, often we think that studying in Barcelona is a life-changing experience, which it is. But we attribute sometimes mistakenly the power to the city, when it's really each one of us who is transformed through reflecting on our own experience. It is an extraordinary transformation which changes the way we are, although apparently nothing has changed. I often use the metaphor of the Castells to talk about society and empathy, a human structure that holds fast, that people climb up to, and it has to hold fast so the younger people can climb all the way up to the top. And this is a fantastic metaphor that I share with you, and I think it's a metaphor of human. It is using this metaphor that I want you to think of your role as alumna and alumnus of IES Abroad Barcelona. You went through a very empowering and transformative experience, and now you can empower these new generations of students so they can go through the same transformations that you went through. Transformations that will last a lifetime and that they will be carried on to other people. It will have a huge ripple effect. So I want us, our community, to keep on empowering the new generations so they can, the same as you, become agents of change. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Greetings to all who love and know IES Abroad. I'm Christina Kavarian and I studied in Granada spring of 2011. And my time with Granada was life-changing. I live with a host mother who I still keep in touch with today. Both her and the warm guidance from the IES Granada faculty helped me to really immerse in the unique culture of Granada. Having both Spanish and Arabic influence ultimately resulted in me becoming fluent in Spanish. These cultural lessons and languages and skills that have become more part of my identity and actually have helped me create the successful international career that I was able to achieve. First through Capgemini of Universal STX Entertainment, and now with Sony Corporation.
A warm and happy OpportunitIES Abroad Day. I'm Tamin Naeem, and I studied in Rabat in fall 2015. My time in Rabat helped me to discover my voice and my passion for storytelling. My film entitled I Choose Openness became a finalist for the IES Abroad 2016 Film Festival. This film can still be on the IES Abroad website. If you would like to learn more about my journey abroad, since graduating, I have worked as a video producer and a storyteller at BuzzFeed, AJ Plus, and now with the Council on Foreign Relations as an assistant video producer, reporting social change and foreign policy movements from around the world. I'm so happy now to introduce IES Granada Center Director Javier Martinez de Velasco, followed by IES Rabat Center Director Osama El Adouli, who will bring a warm welcome to all of IES alumni and friends on this special day of OpportunitIES Abroad. Join us now in Spain and Morocco.
Desde Granada, I hope everybody is doing well. It's been a difficult time for everyone, but I'm hoping everybody is in good health and happy and slowly going back to normal. We're going back to normal in Granada. The city is beautiful, and these days of April, the pomegranates are blooming, and we're happy. We're exploring the city again. We're recovering our old spaces. We are getting ready to hopefully welcome back students in September. It's been a long, over a year without anybody in Granada, and we know that lots of students were looking forward to having a similar experience to what you had when you were with us, and there's a lot of excitement in the colleges. We're feeling that everybody is hoping to have something similar to what you all had during your semester in Granada. So we're preparing some new things. We're revisiting our academic program. We're looking at new ways for students to explore the city, to have meaningful, life-changing experiences in Granada, in Andalusia, in Morocco. And we want to thank you for being here. We've been thinking of our alumni a lot. We hope you'll make it back to Granada sometime. But we also want to thank you for supporting us, for thinking of us. I've loved getting emails and messages from so many of us in the last year. So thank you for your support, for your generosity, and for making it possible for future students to come back to Granada and have an experience as wonderful as the one you all had. Muchas gracias y nos vemos pronto en Granada. Hasta pronto.
Assalamu alaikum, marhaban, and hello from the IES Abroad Morocco. My name is Osama El Adouli, and I'm the IES Rabat Center Director here in Morocco. This is usually a time of great connection and celebration with our students, not only because it is Ramadan, the sacred month of Ramadan, a month that promotes charity and by being charitable through developing feelings of generosity and goodwill towards others and help the less fortunate in the society, but also because it is the time towards the end of semester where our students With them, we'll look into the fruits of so much learning, so much growth and adventure. We're very optimistic that with the faster rollout of vaccinations in both Morocco and the United States, we will soon start to welcome in our students from diverse backgrounds and re-experience the great benefits of studying abroad. It has been a difficult time here in Morocco, although since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the health situation in Morocco has always been stable with low critical cases. And I'm also very happy that we will have soon the opportunity to share with our students an exciting list of new trips, new excursions, and new cultural activities and great adventures, so that we can maintain our high standards of student safety and security, and to continue to offer a diverse and rich study abroad experience. It's also an occasion for me to thank all of our students alumni, faculty and colleagues, not only in Morocco, but those also in the United States, for their continual support and trust. It has been also wonderful to see the great number of our students who came to Morocco to study with us thanks to the IES scholarships. It has been very much rewarding to see how much our students have learned, the great interest that they have developed in Morocco, and their future projects of coming back to Morocco through this study abroad experience. It's just amazing. We have always believed that in the current climate, and with the challenges represented today by COVID-19, we need to really double our efforts to experience and maintain the values of study abroad, such as multiculturalism, bridging cultures, developing intercultural competence, and educating global citizens. With my colleagues, staff, and faculty, we think that now, more than ever, study abroad is an opportunity, a real opportunity for students to become global citizens who are confident, who are skilled at making responsible choices that impact themselves and future generations. I think that living and learning abroad, students step out of their comfort zone through culture exchange, through developing highly professional skills, adaptability, global-mindedness, communication, self-awareness, and confidence. And we have seen how immersion in another culture makes students more adaptable to playing an active role in global citizenship. Because studying and living and volunteering and interning abroad have generated a real sense of connection, strong involvement and connectedness, of commitment and empathy with people in a very distant country. And we have worked with hundreds of young students and have seen them talk about world issues and culture, politics, how they feel a real link to the place where they are or that they have been before, which lasted well beyond the duration of the program. And I'm very happy to see that many of our students maintain contact, or in many instances really felt the desire to return and volunteer, visit, or even live in the place where they've served before. And we feel a real pride. We feel a real pride that the combination of classroom time with the internships, volunteering, trips, and cultural activities have allowed our young students to really contextualize themselves in relation to global development and empowerment, and how the academic work that they've been doing in the classroom was really vital in allowing them to contextualize and understand their cultural interactions and those of the host country. And obviously, hence, undergoing a significant transformation of their morale, of their intellectual character, and as a result, develop a transformed, very critical perspective of their own values, views, behaviors, and convictions. So we're really excited. We're all looking forward to welcoming our new students again and to live with them this life-changing experience of studying abroad. And until then, stay safe. Ma salam.
Hi, I'm Hannah Dahlman, and I studied in Cape Town spring of 2016. I was chosen as a finalist for the IES Global Citizen of the Year award in 2016. My semester at the University of Cape Town in spring of 2016 was a unique opportunity to engage in academic and social discourses, which IES Abroad facilitated. The difference in sources and scholars I found there provided me with multiple viewpoints and challenged the hegemonic narrative that is often used in Western education. This has been instrumental for me as I embark on my career in teaching and now as a social worker. I'm very happy to introduce IES Cape Town Center Director David Rearsgord, who brings a warm welcome to all IES alumni and friends on this special day of Opportunities Abroad. Join us in Cape Town.
Greetings from all of us here at IES Cape Town. Behind me you can see the beautiful Table Mountain, which gets its name from its iconic flat top surface. But it is one of the most popular and one of the most beautiful features of Cape Town and all of South Africa. It forms the backdrop of the University of Cape Town, has many popular hiking trails, and is one of the key features that helps distinguish Cape Town as a city in South Africa. We are really missing students here and are looking forward to welcoming them in the future. And as the vaccine rollout takes place in the United States, in South Africa, and elsewhere around the world, we do feel that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. One of the things that we're looking forward to once we are able to welcome students back are different kinds of field trips that explore Cape Town in greater depth, expose students to more of its cultural, geographical vibrancy, and also help to expose students to some of the more lesser known spots of Cape Town that we now are able to adjust to when we are promoting our health and safety, which is of utmost importance to our students here while they stay in Cape Town. Personally, we've been doing okay here in Cape Town. Things have been a bit testy with coronavirus, but I'm pleased to say that South Africa's robust healthcare facilities, which have been tested throughout the years, have been able to withstand the bulk of the coronavirus cases and have been able to manage the rising infections that have taken place throughout the country. We are in a position now where things have calmed down, and we are safely and securely looking forward to a future where people are able to resume normal activities and get back to everyday life, of course safely and securely. A big shout out to all of IES's donors and for all of the people who look out for scholarships and the well-being of our students. As a former study abroad student in South Africa, I can confidently say that study abroad is a life-changing opportunity that has the potential to transform people's lives. And like many destinations around the world, anyone who comes to South Africa as a visitor or as a student does not leave the same person. And through scholarships and donations, we can really help transform the lives of students who might not ordinarily get the chance to study, or who might not be able to visit Cape Town for as long as they'd like, but through the help of donations and through the help of scholarships are able to visit this wonderful city, this magical country, and the beautiful University of Cape Town. So thanks everyone for their support, and we look forward to welcoming back students in the future.
Hi all, I'm G Trup and I studied abroad in Beijing, China in the summer of 2015 and in Nagoya, Japan, fall of 2016. After graduating from Swarthmore College, I spent a year working in Shanghai helping Chinese students prepare for their applications to US colleges and universities. My time abroad with IES really expanded my linguistic capacity and opened doors for me along the way, and I still keep in touch with friends that I met on the programs. I'm so happy to introduce IES Shanghai Director James Gao, who brings a warm welcome to all IES alums and friends on this special day of Opportunities Abroad. Join us now in Shanghai.
Hello everyone, this is James Gao from IES Abroad Shanghai Center. I'm now at the northbound of Shanghai and it is a Saturday afternoon and you can see like here people just enjoy their leisure time. Also from my far back you can see the Lujiazui skyscrapers. I like to take advantage of this opportunity to appreciate all the support and trust of IES family members, students, consortium members, and alumni, their support to us over the past years. Wish you all the best for your future career life and looking forward to your getting back to Shanghai Center and visit us. Thank you so much and take care.
Hi, I'm Gretchen Cook Anderson, and I studied with IES Abroad in Nagoya in 1988-89 during my junior year as an undergrad. My Merrill Scholarship from Spelman College, together with help from civil rights leader Vernon Jordan, made it possible for me to study abroad for a full academic year. Together with IES alumni, friends, and colleagues at IES Abroad, we have built the Charles Merrill Jr. Scholarship Fund at IES Abroad that creates access to study abroad for students of color attending HBCUs, Spelman College, and Morehouse College. I'm so happy to introduce IES Tokyo Center Director Caleb Fole, followed by IES Nagoya Center Director Satoshi Tsukamoto, who bring a warm welcome to all IES alums and friends on this special day of opportunities abroad. Join us now in Tokyo and Nagoya. Caleb and Satoshi-san, take it away.
Hello from IES Tokyo. As you can see, it's cherry blossom season here, and this is usually the time of year that we be welcoming students onto our program and onto our partner university's campus, which has quite an impressive array of cherry blossom trees. Cherry blossom season is inextricably intertwined with university entrance season in Japan, and we are really sorely feeling the lack of students here this year. But I'm very happy to say that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we are very optimistic now that with vaccinations taking place both in the United States and in Japan, that we'll be able to welcome students back here in a near future. Life here has been difficult, as it has everywhere in the world. I'm pleased to say that Japan hasn't suffered in the same way as lots of our friends and colleagues have around the world, and we're very grateful for that. What I'm really grateful for too is knowing that students will be heading this way again. We'll be playing our part in changing their lives and changing their worlds, introducing them to many, many new experiences, and that's something we're very much looking forward to. I think personally, I have to say that I'm looking forward to being able to introduce the attractions not only that Tokyo has, but that we introduce to students across Japan. We have an exciting new line of field trips and other activities lined up for students so that we can keep them safe and sound even in the post-pandemic world. We're really looking forward to seeing everybody. I'd like to give a big shout out to all our friends and alumni who support IES in so many ways, particularly through scholarships. I know that coming to Japan for me as a student was a life-changing experience, and I know that for many of our students who have had the opportunity to come here to Japan by virtue of the fact that they've had IES scholarships, it's been a similarly life-changing experience. Whoever comes here doesn't go away the same person. It's always a transaction. They leave a little piece of themselves behind in Japan, and I feel that they take a lot away with them. So we're just really looking forward to the time when students are with us again and we can show them all the things that Japan has to offer. Thank you so much for all your support.
Hi, I'm Satoshi Tsukamoto, the Director of Student Services in Nagoya. Spring has come and a new academic year has just started in Nagoya, Japan. Our partner university in Nagoya, Nanzai University, welcomed many Japanese college students in April, and you can see many students on campus. As you may know, Center for Japanese Studies at Nanzai University uses an academic calendar that is similar to many of the US colleges and universities, and the spring semester is gonna end in the middle of May 2021. We missed IES students on campus. The COVID-19 hit all over the world, and Nagoya is not an exception. By now, in Japan, just over 1 million of medical doctors, nurses, and health workers got vaccinated, but this is only 0.8% of the total population in Japan. We hope that the number of people who get vaccinated is gonna increase rapidly, and I'm optimistically cautious. On average, the number of people who are infected by COVID-19 is about 80 people in Nagoya every day in the past few weeks. Bars and restaurants offering guest alcohol beverages are requested to be closed at 10 p.m. And even though many people commute and work in an office in Nagoya in the daytime, you can see very few people after 9 p.m. in Sakai and Nagoya station areas that are commercial areas where many shops are located. What I'm looking forward to seeing is IES student on site. Studying abroad is once in a lifetime experience, and it literally changes your life in a better way, I believe. I myself studied in the United States as a graduate student for about 8 years, and that experience changed my whole life. I would like to help IES students understand the complexity and intricacy of culture and society in Japan, and to widen their perspectives on worldview. Frankly, I do not know when the pandemic will end, but I hope that you and other college students can study in a country where you want to study in the near future. Hundreds of IES students have studied in Nagoya in the past 20 years, and I really appreciate your contribution to scholarship, IES Abroad ambassadors, IES photo contest, and so forth. For prospective students, I look forward to meeting you in the near future. That's all. Thank you for listening to my brief speech.
Hi, I'm Zuri Anderson, and I studied with IES Sydney in spring of 2018. My IES scholarship made studying in that beautiful city possible. I studied journalism in college, and while I was in Sydney, I learned about how societies developed, how cultures evolve, and the nuances of anthropology and human history. All these topics helped me with world building in my creative stories and made me a better writer overall. Courses on Aboriginal Indigenous cultures, Asian cultures, and technology and society, coupled with my visits to a variety of different museums, greatly broadened my knowledge. I loved my experience at Sydney, and I hope some of you guys even get to visit there one day. With that said, I'm happy to introduce IES Sydney Center Director Kate Smart, who brings a warm welcome to all IES friends and alumni on the special day of Opportunities Abroad. Join us now in Sydney.
Hi everyone, it's Kate here from IES Abroad Sydney. I'm talking to you today from Mrs Macquarie's chair, which all of you know, the ones that have studied down here of course, you know this is the best place to come and get the shots of the Sydney Harbour and also some of our beautiful skyline. It's usually bustling with international tourists to tick off that picture that they all want to be able to send home, but unfortunately it's really empty here today because our borders have been closed since March last year. I'm very excited, as is all of the other IES Abroad Sydney staff, to be able to see our borders open again so we can receive more students down here and also get some fantastic tourists back, as we are missing them terribly. Hi again from one of our favourite places, Bondi Beach. It's a gorgeous day today and I'd really love to be able to get out there and have a quick swim, particularly before this hits us. This is something that Australia has experienced a lot of recently, rain. We, as you know, before COVID hit, we were pretty badly affected by bushfires across New South Wales and some into Victoria as well. The recovery from the bushfires was delayed because of COVID shutdowns, and that continues unfortunately, particularly since so much money had to go into the COVID response. So communities are still rebuilding and trying to get back to normal speed. And then in the last couple of weeks we've had so much rain that we've had lots and lots of flooding. So those communities, some of them were impacted both by bushfire and by flood. It's a part of the Australian psyche though to deal with disaster with grit and determination. So lots of communities are getting a lot of assistance from all sorts of different areas to be able to recover as quickly as humanly possible. And hopefully we don't have as much rain as we've had in the last little while. Australia is really excited to be able to open up, or Australians are, shall I say, and we're hoping that it will happen soon. But we have been very lucky in the fact that we haven't been thoroughly impacted by COVID on a day-to-day basis. So our communities, our elderly, and across the world, across Australia, everyone that is impacted has been very limited in Australia, so we're quite lucky. And we hope that the rest of the world, once the vaccinations do hit, can have a limited impact as well, just like we have. I would like to personally thank everybody that contributes as alumni to scholarship funds on behalf of IES Abroad. We have seen students that have really benefited from such programs and are able to contribute substantially to our community while they're studying down here and get a lot out of the experience. So thank you for that. I know that students really appreciate it, and us here in the centres really appreciate being able to see students thrive in the environments that we provide them and in our communities. I very much look forward to seeing more students on site. I very much look forward to being able to host visitors. So if you come down, please let me shout you a flat white and maybe some Vegemite toast, and let's enjoy this environment as much as possible. Thank you, please stay safe, and bye from Sydney.
Hi, everybody. My name is Eric Paddock, and I studied abroad in Auckland, New Zealand in the fall of 2017. I was one of the winners of the IES Abroad Film Festival in 2018 with my film Happiness Only Real When Shared, which is a movie about really the power of shared experiences. So since then, I went on to graduate with a degree in biomedical engineering. After I graduated, I went on a big road trip around the western half of the US, making videos along the way. And now I'm working for a bioprinting company, working eventually to sort of print artificial organs and tissues. So really interesting stuff I'm fortunate to be a part of. I do have eventual plans to return to the filmmaking scene in the outdoor conservation space. So Seattle, where I'm located right now, is a really amazing place to be. Quick shout out to Bianca Ranson, our program advisor over in IES Auckland. She was really amazing at showing us some of her Maori culture and the real Aotearoa. So I'm so excited to be able to screen my film here as a tribute to my experience in New Zealand. So thanks, everyone. Yup, that's me, right after dropping my camera off a pretty sizable cliff. My name's Eric, and I went to New Zealand as part of IES Abroad in the fall of 2017. To say that this is my story is pretty self-centered. Instead, this is a story. I wanted to go abroad because I was getting a little too comfortable in my campus bubble. I felt the need to push myself out of my comfort zone, get me exposed to people and places I didn't know like the back of my hand. I always had a dream of going somewhere beautiful, to backpack and explore the mountains, rivers, coasts, you name it. I just had to make it happen. Well, I made it. I took summer classes, answered hundreds of emails, overpacked, and bam, I was sitting in an airport. Then, about 20 hours later, I spent the semester exploring Auckland and the rest of the North Island with friends from IES, clubs, and classes at school. During the week, I played some ultimate frisbee and explored the city, but escaped to some of the most beautiful places I've ever seen on the weekends. In all honesty, the amazing part about Auckland is not being in Auckland. The city is located right in the middle of the North Island, leaving countless adventures to be had to the north and the south. The first was a quick road trip to the Coromandel Peninsula, a place I would revisit and come to love. We learned how to drive on the left side of the road, explore some awesome jungle, and hiked up a really steep mountain until we were immediately blown off of it. As time went on, the semester turned into weeks of school and climbing, punctuated by awesome trips to somewhere amazing. Each week I would meet new people I still talk to today. Returning to a view of the harbor and an old volcano called Rangitoto each night was a perfect way to end the day. You good?
You want to walk all the way over there and then all the way up? Or do you want to walk up?
One of the all-time highlights of the semester was going to the central volcanoes of the North Island and doing the Northern Circuit, an amazing hike through alpine terrain. With me were Julian and Leo, who I played Ultimate Frisbee with in Auckland. Exploring a glacial and volcanic landscape with these two knuckleheads was one of the coolest experiences of my time in New Zealand. The rest of the semester went by pretty fast, and the sun was setting on my time in the North Island. The next big adventure waited on the South Island, home of crazy mountains, glaciers, and of course, more sheep. I started off with my friend Hannah. Hannah dropped me off, and then I met up with my friend Jack. After a brief climbing trip, my family flew over to complete the South Island circuit. Now that's what I call a good-looking travel map. Hannah and I rented a car that we affectionately called Whippy Goldberg. We started off in Queenstown, which is arguably the biggest tourist trap in all of New Zealand. But after checking out the Queenstown Bike Park, we escaped the crowds by hiking up Ben Lomond. After heading up to Wanaka, we drove down to Tainau to start the Kepler track, an awesome backpacking trip to the Fjordland National Park. After many miles of ridge hiking, stunning views, and encounters with some bugs,
Sandflies. They're pretty bad.
we returned to Tainau.
Survived the Kepler track.
Out of the blue, we literally ran into my friend Julian. You've seen him before.
Nice.
Running into him made me realize that there's a lot more to traveling than the mountains and hikes. It made me appreciate my company more than ever before.
Happiness only real when shared. Chris McCandless said this after venturing into the Alaskan wilderness alone to kind of throw off society's control over it. And though I'm outside, I'm certainly not dying. I'm actually having a pretty good time. But after spending a semester in Auckland and meeting so many people that have impacted me in countless ways, those words have a little more depth than what they used to. Goodbye, Whoopi Goldberg!
A psychology report published in 2008 showed that hills were perceived as less steep when with someone else. In that case, let's go climb some mountains.
First day, torrential downpour, some thunderstorms. Here's the campsite. The weather has turned around. It's a gorgeous day in the Fjordlands. Mother Nature heard our plea.
I embarked with my friend Jack on an epic 6-day through hike on the Greenstone and Rootburn tracks. The landscape was unbelievable.
Oh.
You could see the history in the rocks and the valleys. It was all pretty surreal. We were both afraid of getting numb to the gorgeous views, so Jack suggested imagining being back in class. It sure worked.
What? That's insane.
A second trip took us to Ball Pass, an unmarked alpine climb near the tallest mountain in New Zealand. Some snowfields let us have some extra fun up there before Jack dropped me off in Christchurch.
Take us home, Rick.
I decided to hitchhike my way up to an eccentric climbing crag, where the bathroom walls were covered in cheesy quotes. Soon after, my mom, dad, and sister arrived in New Zealand.
So there's on the Copeland track.
Nice. How far in are we?
Maybe a mile.
Nice.
I got to drag these hooligans around with me. Though they claimed the only reason for coming was to make sure I got on the plane home, showing them some of the country I had come to love was unforgettable.
watching the sunset.
During the 2 months of living out of backpack in New Zealand, I had a lot of time to reflect on what made this so worth it. I kept thinking back to what Chris McCandless carved into a piece of wood all those years ago. Sure, you can have plenty of fun on your own, enjoy your own company, be independent, but that's not the point. I learned to appreciate those around me in a way I may have taken for granted before.
I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Though I'm leaving the landscapes behind, the people are still out there. The memories that I've made with the people I've met here, well, those aren't going anywhere anytime soon, so thanks.
2013. Studying in Rio de Janeiro and documenting my time there ignited my creativity and drive to become a video editor for IES Abroad. I love being able to help students tell their stories from abroad, and I love working to get those stories out into the world to be seen by future students. As of today, I've worked at IES Abroad for 6 years in this role and have loved every minute of my journey from student to staff member. I'm so happy to introduce IES Abroad Santiago Center Director, Mari Carmen Cortez, followed by IES Abroad Buenos Aires Center Director, John Hudson, and IES Abroad Quito Galapagos Center Director, Tanya Lettergerber and her team, who bring a warm welcome to all IES Abroad alumni and friends on this special day of Opportunities Abroad. Join us now in South America.
IES Abroad Santiago students and IES Abroad Santiago alumni. We are really happy for this opportunity to be able to contact you and share with you some of your treasured memories and maybe crazy or adventurous experiences that you had while you were studying here in IES Santiago. Wonderful memories, wonderful treasures, and wonderful learnings that you had. Without further ado, I would invite you to watch this video. Remember the day when you first arrived at the airport, Arturo Merino Benitez, and you were so lost and tired after such a long flight from home or your school. The next day, your host family escorted you to the IES Center that is just half a block from the metro station called Manuel Montt. At the center, we were there waiting for you. You got to see the center, which we fortunately got funds to remodel during the last 3 years. You must recall the entrance with a chimney and a welcome wall that Claudia, one of our Spanish faculty, prepared specially for you. You saw the classrooms and Angela's office where you would come several times to get all your credits straight. We had a welcome breakfast just ready for you in the big room, and then you got to see the student lounge that is called Kawin, a Mapuche word that means gathering, and in Chilean slang, it also means gossip, and I think maybe a party. Then you went to the kitchen, remember where Señora Sonia used to offer her empanada classes. The reality in Chile right now is very similar to all over the world due to COVID. However, we hope things will get better. We are proud to share that Chile is one of the leading countries with number of people vaccinated. We would like to invite you to actively participate in giving this study abroad opportunity to other students who would not be able to do so without the scholarships we offer. Thus, you can help change the life of a student. Together with your support and our commitment, we can help future leaders make this world a better place. This is the reason why we need your support. Un abrazo grande from IES Santiago. Hasta pronto.
Hi, I'm John Hudson, Center Director for IES Buenos Aires. I'm here on the banks of the Rio de la Plata, only about 20 minutes away from our center. It's been a tough year in Argentina, as it has been around the world, but we're optimistic for 2022. I speak for myself, our staff, faculty, homestay families when I say that we're eager to receive students again in 2022. We've even refurbished our center. We've done this just before the pandemic struck, so we're eager to share that with our students. On behalf of all the staff, faculty, and our homestay families, I'd like to thank all our friends and alumni that have supported us and continue to support us, particularly in helping students experience a life-changing event that otherwise they would not have been able to undertake. So thank you very much, and we hope to see some of you back here in Buenos Aires sometime soon.
Hello, hola, I am Tanya Leathergerber. Since 2018, I am the Center Director for the IES Abroad Quito and Galapagos Island Center here, right in the middle of the world, Ecuador. This is the capital of Ecuador.
Hola, hello, I am Jimena Paredes, the Student Affairs Coordinator in Quito. I'm in charge of the placement, trips, different activities, and the well-being of the students. I'm also responsible for the customized program. I'm really looking forward to see you soon. Bye, ciao.
Hi, I am Cristina Lopez, the Student Affairs Coordinator on the Galapagos Island. I am in charge of housing of students and the well-being when they are on site here on the island. Now with the virtuality, I am in charge too of the internships program and social media of our center.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes con todos. Soy Juan Carlos Sánchez, pertenezco a Fundación IES Ecuador, Quito, Galápagos, esperándoles que vengan pronto acá a visitarnos a nuestro país. Yo me encargo de hacer el mantenimiento y la limpieza de las oficinas y también los llevo a diferentes lugares de aquí, de Quito, qué bus coger, a dónde trasladarse o a las universidades.
And we are located in a very commercial area with a park next to the center and very good facilities for transportation of students, accommodation, and also malls, etc. I would like to invite you to visit our center and also to learn more from what we're doing. We continue offering our area studies and language program, our direct enrollment program in Quito and in the Galapagos. We also have a J-term program, a summer program, the customized program, and newly also the virtual internship program as well. We are always here for the students, and we consider that study abroad is a great experience. In a country so small as Ecuador, with 4 different regions, where all of our classes feature different activities for field trips, field studies, and activities where students can visit the 4 regions of Ecuador. We are also, in the light of the pandemic, we have different protocols. We have started our plan of vaccinations, and we have also elected our new president, which he will be in power in May 24 of this year, Guillermo Lasso. So hopefully this will also give a light to new opportunities for students in the politics, in the social aspects, and in different tourist activities that the students can do. We also have our Grupo Panas, which is the local students that engage with IES students in different opportunities and help us to support students visiting the different activities, cultural activities, community activities, environmental parks, and all the wonders that we have as our Ecuador country offers to students. Thank you very much always for your opportunity, the opportunity to visit us and also to share your own culture with us and your own activities with us as well here in Ecuador. Hasta pronto. Chao, chao. Gracias.
Good evening, everyone. We are now 17 hours into our 24-hour Opportunities Abroad Day of Giving. Already we have visited over 29 sites around the world. We've had a record number of alumni participate as Opportunities Abroad ambassador champions and event presenters. And a record number of alumni, parents, and friends have tuned into today's events, visit our Facebook pages, Twitter and Instagram accounts and pages, and more. We've also had a record number of students who are in need for scholarships. We know that there are more students with needs, and their needs are more. We hope you will give today. Help us go big for scholarships and meet our last goal of 500 gifts. It is now my pleasure to share with you a short video which features our scholarship students and the impact of gifts to IES Abroad scholarships. Thank you so much for your time today. Together, we've achieved great things on behalf of future students and provided opportunities abroad for so many. Thank you.
80% of students begin their college years with the aspirations to study abroad. Yet only 10% of students study abroad before graduation. Minorities are greatly underrepresented among the students who are able to study abroad. As many as 42% of IES Abroad's applicant withdrawals are due to unmet financial need. The next generation needs to graduate with an education that prepares them to navigate the world. They represent our collective future. We believe financial need should not prevent students from studying abroad.
My IES Abroad scholarship has given me the opportunity to become confident and self-loving. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
4-year graduation rates are 18% higher for students who study abroad. Study abroad is linked to boosted GPA. 75% of companies said that a global perspective is important among their employees. 50% of IES alumni said that study abroad helped them get their first job. We are proud that our students are as diverse as the countries where they study abroad. IES Abroad alumni are reaching great heights and their contributions are changing the world. The chance to experience new places, people, and cultures broadened my perspectives in ways which I am confident I could have never experienced without leaving the US. By later living and working abroad long term, I've had the chance to go more in depth to explore my identity as a global citizen and understand the impact of a life that transcends geographical borders. I believe that being a global citizen begins with immersing yourself within the environment that you wish to work in. Interacting with those that speak a different language and have a different background is incredibly difficult, but very rewarding.
The teachers recognized that my passion for coming to Spain was so much larger than just being in the classroom. Is about how will this experience at IES Madrid make me a better poet, a better person, and a better student. It was so life-changing and phenomenal. I don't think I would be who I am today without that experience. And so I just really want to thank IES for making me feel safe, for making me feel beloved, and for making me feel like the sky is the limit when you're studying abroad.
And finally, there's me. I am a 2019 Nantes Scholarship alum and the winner of the grand prize at the Study Abroad Film Festival. I created this following short for my scholarship donors. My name is Q1 Coco. I go to Claremont McKenna College and I studied abroad in Nantes, France. Study abroad was probably the most dynamic 3.5 months of my entire life. I remember the moment I met my host family. I knew I was in for a treat. They were so loving and so kind and so caring towards me. And my host siblings were hilarious, and it was always a good time with them. One night for dinner, my little host brother, Loic, he made me galettes. And he's only 9 years old and he knew how to cook. And I found that fascinating. And I felt very cared for in that moment by this little 9-year-old boy. And not only that, I met some of the greatest friends that one could ask for. We shared so many meaningful conversations together, and we made memories that will definitely last a whole lifetime. We shared moments that we would truly hold on to forever. I knew they were special to me because on the day that we said goodbye, I found myself crying my eyes out. 3.5 months in Nantes would not have been possible without the help of my donors. I know we've never met, but I want to say thank you. For you to be so generous to someone you've never met before, it truly says a lot about your character. In France, I grew in so many ways, and the person that left on that airplane was definitely not the person that arrived. So, I want to say thank you again. Thank you for your altruism and your generosity, and for the greatest 3.5 months of my life. Study abroad changes lives. It changed mine, and I'm guessing it changed yours too. The world today needs more study abroad, not less. And now more than ever, IES Abroad needs you.